Hello, 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 hello. Hi. Hi. Happy Saturday. It is Saturday. I'm sure some of you are happy that it's Saturday. For me, it kind of feels like the same day that it's always been. Freelance life. How's everybody doing? Twitch badges. What do you mean, Sophia? What do you mean I got Twitch badges? Do I have something new and I don't even know it? I'm good, Waco. How are you doing? How's my video? We doing good this time? Now I'm always paranoid that we're going to have that problem yet. Oh yeah, haven't I always had those? It's cool. Don't worry. I forget things all the time. So I do not blame you. So today's been interesting in terms of weather. I know that sounds kind of dorky that I'm talking about the weather, but it started off really beautiful. It was like 70 and sunny and amazing, and now it's going into storm territory, and we could get a tornado tonight. So that's what's up. But either way, it's been really pretty. Like now it's like raining, and I've got the windows open. It's still pretty warm out, and then in 2 days we're supposed to get a lot of snow. So Midwest weather, that's what you expect. How's everybody's week? Nah, but you know, tornadoes all year round, whatever. Today we are going to attempt another building like we do a lot of the time. I like doing a lot of architecture. My grandpa was an architect. So like on my days when I've kind of just want to play, and a lot of the time when I stream I just want to play because this is my one time to kind of let loose. So we're not going to do an isometric one this time though. Usually we do. But I just wanted to do like a basic straight on storefront, kind of like when I did the squash shop back in October. Something like that, but I want to do it with ink and watercolor this time. And I'm going to be using my friend Kat's palette that she sent me as a gift. And these are all Daniel Smith colors. So I thought this was a really unique and sweet gift to send someone. Is like a palette. I don't know. She said she wanted me to have it, and I just think that it's so sweet. She has a swatch sheet here, and I've been waiting to use these for a little while now, so we're gonna give that a go. I have never used this palette, so I'm really excited to kind of dig into that. But also, Saphira, to show you, this was that nice mixing tray we talked about and how this fits perfectly in here. It totally does. Ugh, excuse the porcelain noises. Oh, I knew that was loud. But yeah, it fits like perfectly in there. And this was the palette I did a write-up for on Patreon 2 weeks ago, something like that. So this was a brand new palette I put together of my colors that I tend to use a lot. They look a little bit different on the camera, like this one isn't as vibrant as this. It's pretty vibrant, but not that bad. These three colors and this one are like my life. These three and this one. Oh, and these two greens and then Payne's gray. Oh my god. And this indigo is nice too. And Van Dyke. I love them all. I love them all, but they're all in here. So I go through and I talk about how to make this swatch sheet, and so it can kind of fit in your palette. And actually, if those of you who had access to this walkthrough, at the very end, I mentioned if you want me to make you a free template to to do your own swatches in case any of you that are my patrons don't have like Photoshop or you're not sure how to use it, I would be happy to do that for you free of charge, because I mean you're my patrons anyway, so I really feel indebted to you and that I would love to do that for you. So if anybody needs that, go back and read that post. It tells you how to contact me so I can do it for you and what you need to provide me with for the palette. So that's one of those nice things. Let's see, catch up in chat. Hi Helene, how are you? You get blown away, no big deal. It's okay, Waco. I'll be fine. Panna, hi. Oh my god, cute little emotes there. Oh my gosh. I love it. I love it. Sophia, all the colors make you so, oh, I'm so glad. Right? They're so fun. Yes, that is my Patreon link. So, and also for anybody in here who's a patron that didn't see, I also released a poll that I would really like you to check out. I really want your feedback. So if you haven't seen that, or you don't know what I'm talking about, go check out one of the most recent posts. Also, March calendars are up. So if you want the calendar or the wallpaper, which also has to do with the post I'm talking about, go see that. All right. So funny enough, when I usually do these buildings, I'm doing them in an isometric view, which is typically kind of difficult. I think it's harder than a straight on or top down or even the 3/4. I think a 3/4 is easier because you're not going by a grid. But like mentally, doing an isometric one, it's a very specific kind of grid. So I wanted something easier today that was more relaxing. So I'm going to just go with a straight on shop. We're just going to do that. Affiliate in your last stream. Yeah! That's great. Now you can get donations and bits and yeah, your emotes. I've yet to make more emotes. 6 years later, I have been that busy, and I'm not even exaggerating. A lot of my regulars can tell you that I've been nonstop busy, and I'm so tired of being busy. I really am. I'm ridiculously tired of it. So, I also got 3 books recently. Which, shoot, I should ask Gabe to bring those up. Hold on. Well, Panna, if you end up needing some advice on how to do them, since I have that mobile game background, there are tips and tricks to seeing how emojis like reduce. So one of the things is when you're in Photoshop, there's an option. If you go under Window and you go down, it says New Window from Document or New Window from the file name at the end. If you do that and then take your navigator and put it down to like 20% the size, so it's really small, and then you've got your other window open, anything you do in that bigger window will reflect in the smaller window. So every little change you make in this one, you can see at a smaller size in real time. So it's not like you have to export and size it down just to see how it looks when it's small. So that really helps when you're creating it, so you know which lines actually, sometimes it makes a detrimental impact on your icons. So when I was doing a lot of iconography for mobile games, especially for BlackBerry, because BlackBerry, when that was around, the screen size was like 300 by 400 or something. It was ridiculous. It was so small. So I had to make sure like every icon that I did was readable. So that was one of those tricks we did, and it worked so well. So well. Kind of like a mirror. Here, you know, I think I could actually just show you. Let me get my digital setup going here and I'll show you. It is ridiculously helpful. Like when I figured that out, oh my god. Let's do window capture. Just Photoshop. Oh, I gotta sign in. Give me a sec and I'll show you. Oh, come on, Photoshop. Here we go. Hold on. 0, 0. Oh. Thank you. Yeah, I know. This one's apparently super rare. That's
Rural France?
Huh?
Rural France?
Yeah. I'll show you the thing later. Okay, almost there. Okay. Okay. Let me see if I can get the... Oh, you can see it now? Okay. Capture cursor. Okay. Weird. Come on, you can capture it. It's okay, my friend. Alright. So, if you go up to Window and you've got a document open here. Hold on, it keeps doing this thing. Just copy the whole program, okay? Is it even showing? Oh, Lord. Oh my god, being difficult. Here we go. Now this should just capture the program. Oh, it's starting to rain again. Okay. So, that's not capturing my menus though. Well, if you go up to... Oh, maybe it was View. Okay, it's in Arrange. So if you go up to Window and you go to Arrange, here, I'll just capture a part of my display. goodness. I'm gonna just put this over the whole screen. No, the Photoshop on iPad's pretty jank. It's not the full thing. It's kind of crap. Okay, so if you go up to Window and you go up to Arrange, I know you can't see this right now, you go down to New Window for Entitled 1, it'll make another one. You can see now this one. And this is like the same file as this one. So you have to make sure that you're keeping your things straight here. So what I would do then, oh my god, why is it not showing the windows? That's ridiculous. Hold on. I'm gonna just capture the whole screen. Sorry, you can see everything. It's cool. So you've got these two, right? Put that down. You've got these two. And so if you do anything in this one on the left, it's gonna mirror in the one on the right, right? So that's useful because then you take this one and you make it really small. And then while you're zoomed into this one, anything you do here, you can see over there. So a lot of the time when you're doing like pixel art or something and, you know, something over here, you're like, oh, this won't be a big deal if I just put something there. But, you know, seeing how it shows up on the other thing, it might be, like I said, detrimental. So making sure, you know, as you're doing things that they reduce well is part of it. So hopefully that helps. It doesn't have to matter. What I usually do when I'm like making a new file is I've got it at, if it's just for digital stuff, you know, it's only usually at 72 dpi, but since I'm just psycho about all my assets, I usually put them at 300 dpi or higher, and usually like at least 5 by 5 inches, or if it's for digital stuff like 2048, like, you know, let me see if I can bring this back now. Get rid of the display capture. There we go. Oh, there. Alright. So does that help, kind of? I know that was kind of all over the place, but yeah, when it comes to your canvas, it's just gonna depend on like what you're making something for. When you're making something for print versus a book versus a digital banner versus anything on the computer versus print are going to be handled completely differently. Hi Isabel, how are you? Hi Steven. Oh my gosh, long time. How you doing? You're welcome, Panna. I feel like other people can learn from that too, because that is one of those tips that when I learned it, it was a game changer. So hopefully it can help somebody else. Alright, so you're so welcome. I hope it helped. And feel free to contact me at any point if, you know, you were searching for something and you couldn't remember how to do it, or you remember kind of something I said, but it was like, don't totally remember, that sort of thing. I can try to help. Okay, what kind of place do I want to do? I like drawing towers, so I kind of want to do a tower again. But it would be cute if it was another shop. I'm kind of obsessed with shops. Maybe a tower connected to a shop. 2 weeks. Wow. So are cons back in full swing then for you, Steven? Or are they still kind of scary? Or how do you feel about it? Admittedly, I'm still a little bit scared, but come August for Dragon Con, I don't think I'll have a choice. Gotta get out there sometime. But man, I'm not really looking forward to it. I'm still freaked out. If any of the outside noise gets too much, let me know and I'll shut the window. Hi Kristen, how are you? It's going okay. I'm taking some relaxing time right now to do a little building like usual. It's Saturday stuff. Last weekend I wasn't able to stream because I had to finish all the Patreon stuff I had. I don't know how it creeped up on me so fast, but this month I'm absolutely gonna do all the Patreon stuff earlier. I'm also gonna like try to pencil at least 6 or 7 pet portraits this month. Just kind of bang those out. Sending out 4 on Monday. Really? Fantastic sales? How's attendance been? Oh, Isabel, thank you. Sorry I haven't gotten back to your message. I saw that you had sent me something, I think last night, but I don't know. There's a time when I just kind of click out of social media when it comes to, like just, I don't know, sometimes I just can't get back to it. Like I need a break. So apologies. I'm gonna make this dark right now so you can see my pencil lines, and then I know my hand's gonna look terrible but so you can see my light pencil lines, and then once I start going in with the ink, you'll see the lines then, and I'll lighten it back up. Oh really, Kristen? What kind of social life? I want a little balcony, that would be really cute. Do I want it to be... Yeah, it's fantasy. Sometimes I have to remind myself that something I'm doing is fantasy so I can do it without being like, that's not realistic. It's like, shut up, it's fantasy. Oh, that's true. That's true, Steven. That's great. Good for you, homie. I'm proud of you. You really went into that head first, and you're coming out swinging. What kind of Oh, I think it'd be so cute if this had a little flower box, too. Goodness. I'm also a sucker for round windows, but I don't know if I want to do that on everything. I do a round window here and here. Yeah, I could do that. Maybe I should have staggered them though. I don't want it to look like it has a face. The results may vary. Well, usually if they do, it's not your stuff, it's the actual convention, right? Girl Scouts, girlfriend. Oh, cute. Are they having sleepovers yet? Sleepovers are magical time. Maybe 2 different sized windows. Maybe one like that. Yeah, let's just do one. I like keeping these features a little bit chonky. So maybe just one. Keep it simple. Oh, not yet? Okay. I'm glad you hold off until you know the parents better. That's nice. That's fair. Cat! I'm gonna be using your paints today, finally. I told myself I wasn't gonna use my new palette until I gave yours a run. So I'm gonna be using your palette on the stream. As promised. I'm sure I will. I'm not worried. Oh, yeah, that's the only bad thing about having a very, like, reliable fan base, right, Steven? Like, when you put things out and they get caught up, it's like you can't keep up with that, I suppose. Truthfully, I have not encountered that yet, but I can definitely see how that would be, like, affected, you know? I'm gonna put a little mailbox over here. A little rickety little thing. Oh, here comes the rain. Do I want to do a little awning on that? That would be really cute. Oh, you know what? Maybe I want to do shutters. Shoot. Maybe I'll do shutters on this one down here. I haven't even thought about doing shutters. My house has shutters and I haven't even thought about putting it on, like, my fantasy pieces. Yeah, and Kristen, you know, it's funny you mentioned that because now that I think about it, it is a different time than it used to be, so sleepovers might be kind of different now. Unless you really know the parents, like they've been your best friends forever or something. But yeah, if you don't know the parents, oof. I'm with you on that. Don't blame you at all. See, maybe this actually needs... Alright, see, my brain's making rules as I go. Doors can have awnings, but windows have to have shutters. You have a wind advisory? Yeah, we have that too. There's also like a tornado watch tonight, somewhere in there. Like we could get tornadoes later on. It's nice and 70 here, and in 2 days it's supposed to snow. Midwest life. Let's see. I did want like a chimney somewhere in here. That's nice. Yeah, I'm with you. I would have problems with that. Man, I can't even trust my dogs to be with other people, so I can't even imagine how it is with kids. I'm glad you're here too, Isabel. Thank you for joining. Yeah, so if anybody ever has any art questions or anything during the streams, I am all for it. So if you want to talk Patreon, if you want to talk independent art, if you're having trouble painting or something, I will try to give you either my best experience with it, or if I can like lead you to a place that has the answer you need, I'll try to do that too. My dogs are my kids, it's true. They are all I will have. Have I really, Leo? How so? I would love to hear how. That's so sweet of you to say. Oh, Dennis! Hi, Dennis! How are you? For those that are my curious collectors on here, Dennis, Botch Podcast, is the voice of the audio readings on the digital ones. So if you've ever heard him, say in one of my stories, that's him, that's Dennis. He has his own podcast and his own Patreon too, very D&D centric. So give him a follow. Exactly, Isabel. I'm with you. I keep it busy. Yeah, that's all you really can do, right? Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna loosely put in where all these bricks are gonna go. Oh, that's a really tight door. Welcome, Dennis. If you want to throw in a link, feel free. If anybody here wants to throw in any links, go for it. As long as it's to your stuff or your art. It's been a good day so far. It's been real fun weather, honestly. Oh, I was going to go over these books I got. So I got a couple books. God, I'm going to forget this guy's name, so I'm going to look it up real quick. This is Nicholas Gendron, I think. He's one of my favorite artists right now. Nicholas Weiss? No, this can't be him. Oh, maybe it is him. Weird, I thought it was Gendron. Nicholas Weiss, W-E-I-S. He does a lot of great pen work and lots of exaggerated characters and things. Let me see if I can find you a thing real quick of him. Hello. Okay. Yeah, this'll do good. No. Weird, why is it not giving me the option here? There you go, okay. So, this guy, let me change my window capture. I don't know why it's so dark. Anyway, I'm a big fan of this guy's work, and he recently had suggested a book. I wonder if he actually put it on his Instagram too. I could never do any ink work like this because I think this is his sole passion, is doing ink work like this. But there are cues that I take from it. I get inspired by with like how he does some of his brickwork and things like that. But there was a book he recently recommended, and it's this rural France book. And he had said it was kind of hard to find, and lo and behold, it actually was. It took me a minute to actually get it. I had to find it used, which used is fine. It's Rural France by Samuel Chamberlain. If you can find it pretty cheap, cool. But it's this great just pen and pencil buildings sketchbook, basically, of this artist. And it's great. It's just got really nice studies of different buildings, and like I love this, seeing the different lighting, and just what they choose to leave out and leave in is critical, I feel. different textures. So this is a great book just on, you know, kind of the profile of buildings and foliage around buildings and how you treat that with pencil or ink. And it's a nice smattering too. There's some rural ones in here, but then there are some that are on street corners. Despite being called rural France, there are still some cityscapes in here. So there's some good stuff. He's got some stables, farm stuff. But it was hard to find, at least not for cheap. And then I got a couple watercolor books, which I don't tend to buy very often anymore unless they're pretty good. This one is Figure Painting in Watercolor by Charles Reed. This one is old, beat up, pretty good. But it's got some nudity. Hold on. I don't want to throw anybody off with this, but what I found really unique about this book is it goes through actual steps of how to do like a watercolor figure drawing. Which a lot of these things, like it'll say silhouette, gesture, it'll take you through the step-by-step of how to start like a watercolor figure. See that? Which I think is really nice, and then it shows you how to actually shade it once you keep going, and how to actually do that. And I think it's great. I haven't seen a lot of books that do like a step-by-step of figure drawing with watercolor. So if you're one of those people that when you try to draw figures with, say, a pencil or a pen, it was Nicholas Weiss, then I highly suggest trying to do some figure drawing with like paint. Because with paint, you know, you can do it really quick, it's really messy, and you really can't get too detailed with it right away, so it forces you to be loose. Similar to when I use my pencils here. So let me change my camera back. I'll explain. This is something I've been saying for a long time on my streams, but I stand by it too. I don't usually get any lead size that's under 0.7. For me, I don't think that's necessary. In fact, I think it's more harmful. If you're not a graphite artist exclusively, I don't think you need any lead underneath a 0.7, unless the whole piece is going to be graphite. If you're just sketching for getting to a later medium like ink or painting or anything like that, I actually think having a bigger lead is more important because it keeps you general instead of going too specific and detailed like I've done here. Like this forces me to not get detailed because I can't. Like I literally can't, because this is actually a lead holder. It's not even a real pencil. Like this just holds the lead in. It's just a giant chunk of lead. And these come in different sizes. I've got one that's almost the size of my pinky. And that one really helps when I'm doing bigger pieces to just stay loose in general. If you get lead that's too tiny, it's gonna kind of make you crave doing detail too soon. So you're gonna end up doing like one side of the face next to the eye, and then the rest of the body, where is it? You don't have it. So if that's you, if you have trouble where you focus too quick too soon on just one part of a drawing and the rest of it is forgotten about, or you're really scared to do the rest of it because this one part looks so good, then this is your problem. You need to try to get bigger lead because it'll force you to flesh out the whole figure in the general gesture and everything. It'll keep you loose and it'll prevent you from getting too detailed too soon. So I highly suggest doing that. If you've got the tiny leads right now and you're not even like a, you know, graphite artist exclusively, definitely try this, because I really think that'll help. Ultra thin lead for people who press too hard, that's pretty good too. Yeah, definitely. Also turning your pencil to the side, if you're somebody who is always going like this really hard, try doing it this way and like sketching like this, because that'll keep you light as well. But you can also buy pencil leads that are lighter as well. Even if you do press hard, they're still light, but at the same time, that's still going to be hell to erase. So, yes, bigger lead forces you to see the bigger picture. Yeah, if that's easier to remember, do it that way. So then you just end up blocking out things then that are, you know, most important. Because like right now, if I wanted to get in here and do detail of any kind, that would be more of a pain. So if I do have that knee-jerk reaction to want to do that, I just tell myself, wait, inking's coming. You'll be there in a second, you know? So this other book I got is this one. And sometimes it's how to draw and paint, but it's old. So sometimes the oldest books I find are sometimes the most helpful, even if they are a how-to book. But they come with bigger, like this is a huge book. Like my hand is like, 3 of my hands is how tall this is. And it's really flimsy. Like it's really thin. There isn't much to it. I think it's like, God, how many pages must this be? It's like 10 pages, but it's one of those old school thick books. It's really cute though, but it gives you some basics. But the part I liked about it, that I mainly got it for, were things like this, where she breaks down, there are gradients within her shadows. So it's not just a shadow, it's a gradient within a shadow. It's not just one color, it's many colors, but it's at different points in the shadow, which is really beautiful. So like, this is old. This is like 50s? I'm trying to, yeah, it's older. And it's crazy because a lot of these things are still valid today for like fantasy art. People are still doing this. So it's kind of cool to see, like, you know, looking at this is a crazy way to do water, but it makes sense visually, you know? So I think the way she was handling life was in a very fantastical way, you know? So I think this was a good book to get, and she breaks down some cute tactics here. I love how she drew this little girl. Like, this is amazing. I think she just, similar to what I did here, they start off with just a really loose pencil sketch and just go straight into it. I'm going to do ink today, though. But yeah, they usually do this, and then it ends up like this, you know? And this is a bit more impressionistic, I think, than most people nowadays typically like. But, you know, there's still things you can apply from different art styles to, you know, ones you do like. Like, it's crazy. The lighting is awesome. It's very James Gurney. If you have not heard of James Gurney and you are a painter, you are missing out on basically the biggest master, I would say, of our time. At least with lighting. He is incredible. Every single video he puts out is gold. You have to go look him up. He's got a whole YouTube dedicated to his plein air painting, and it's amazing. Oh, laundry. Shoot, I forgot my laundry. It's great you mentioned laundry because I have completely forgotten about mine, but that's okay. It's stream day. Oh my god, focus. You jerk, focus. Hold on. It's being finicky. Can everybody hear me okay? I had to mess with my sound settings again. I should have asked that at the beginning of the stream, but, you know. Sorry, my hands are kind of banged up. Sounds good? Okay. Cool. Thank you. Alright, I gotta get back to taking progress shots of stuff. So let me do that real quick. I want to hear the best things that happened to you all this week. Give me either your highlight of your week or the highlight food of the week. That's true, Sophia, you would. And I appreciate that. So, when I do ink stuff, I usually do it with microns, just because I don't use microns very often. If you're somebody who uses microns a lot, I would suggest getting a risograph. Or is it isograph, Rizzo? It's an isograph pen. I forget it's isograph, Rizzo something. But Gabe usually has them. But they're technically refillable microns. Not these, but isographs they're called. So if you go through microns like crazy, I would highly suggest getting one of those. I don't use microns that much. Like I do and I don't, but what I'm gonna do here is basically start with the smallest that I've got for lining, and then I'll go back over with a thicker one and punch the width of the strokes where I think it should be. So I'm not getting too detailed too quick because I've already got the piece here. So it's different than when you're first penciling it. What? They can do that, Dennis? Oh, that's good. Well, I'd say that evens out your week then, yeah? So I'm going to go in here now and start outlining all the stuff I've got going on. And I don't expect this to be a masterpiece, this is just fun. So if it's a little wonky, that is okay. I'm not expecting anything fantastic, I'm literally just having fun. And then once I get the paints out, you know, I'm gonna be having fun with those too, because that's not even my palette. That's Kat's palette. Kat in the chat, she sent me a palette. Kat in the chat sent me a palette. Toddler cuddles? Aww. Your little guy? I kind of skip around on my pieces, I'll be honest. Like if I see a part that looks fun to work on, if I don't have a specific order I have to do a certain phase in, then I'll just go in and I'll work on what's the most fun. And a lot of times that's what keeps me excited about a piece, is if I work on the parts that feel exciting to work on. In this one, since it's kind of a shack, I get to have kind of a shaky hand and be unapologetic about it, which I like. Since it's kind of, you know, it's rickety anyway a bit, so shaky hand works for that. I mean, just remembering texture while you're doing certain things is important. I mean, critical when inking, obviously, but rearranged my studio room to better fit my needs and rework my Patreon things. Aww. I'm so glad. Yeah, I hope the Patreon fixes work out for you. That was one thing I was really glad I did early on, was not get too ambitious with my Patreon and just kind of go about it slowly. Because I think if I had done everything I wanted to do right away, I would have been overwhelmed and probably quit. Because if I had the kind of workload I have now for it back in 2018, I would have just probably died. I would have gotten really scared and been like, oh my god, how am I going to do this? I don't know what I'm doing. So working up to, you know, that point was, I think, critical. Showing things behind other things is always good too. And this is gonna be wood peeking out here. Yeah, Patreon's interesting. It's got its goods and bads. Oh, you got the cuddles this week. That's so sweet. Oh, cat. Well, I'm glad they turned out good. I mean, I want to talk about it if you feel like you need to talk about your week. Feel free to, DM me and I'd be happy to talk to you about it. If you need to vent, that is. No pressure, though. Whatever you're comfortable with. Yeah, and don't feel bad about it, Isabel. Like, the past couple years, you cannot feel bad about not getting as much done. We have been in just a crisis situation with, the plague. But really, it's, you can't expect yourself to create when you're worried about other things like money and food and staying healthy. Like, creativity needs certain things to flourish, So don't feel bad if, you haven't gotten your best you forward. You can't really expect that, Oh, really? Oh, Dennis. Have you gotten the pins yet? I sent those, Tuesday? I can't wait till you get the pins. They look great. Did the hard copy look good? I am, cat. I am. You're gonna need me. Oh, I'm glad you like them, Dennis. I'm glad they turned out how you wanted them. Sorry, I kind of, swiped them. I wanted to see how they looked so I can maybe use that pin supplier for mine in the future. So I had to, it's one thing to see pictures of them, but it's another thing to actually see them. So I think I will end up using that one going forward. Oh, let me see. Let's see your new office, Stephen. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, you basically, I think, have the same printer. Is that an IP 8720 for your Canon? That's what we got. You just reminded me I have to put up the Patreon shots of my workspace. I'll show my traditional workspace, and then I've got technically 3. But I'll even show my relaxing workspace too. I work on the couch a lot, but I've got it set up so it's still kind of a desk area. So I've been promising that for a few months now, but I should probably do that as soon as I can. Oh, a Pixma Pro 100. Looks just like mine. That's crazy. Either way, I love those printers. Oh my god. I don't think I'll ever go back to Epson because the Canons have just rocked my world. I wouldn't be able to do anything without my printer. And it's fast, and it's good quality, and I love it. I just wanted to do a little building today with a wash on it, like a watercolor wash, nothing crazy. Do I have the sniffles? No, I'm sorry, is that annoying? No, I have allergies, but I don't know. I know it sounds bad sometimes, but no. I'm okay. I'm okay. I will try not to sniff as much. Now I'm actually wondering if that's like a nervous tick or something. I did wake up this morning a little bit like under the weather, but I think I'm okay now. It might just taken me a bit to warm up. Let's see, let's do this. So it winds around a bit. Oh no, really, Kat? Gabe's pretty bad too. We have basically an air filter in every house or every room. Oh, cute, Steven. Where your elbows are up on the table. I made a standing desk at my old job by taking like a IKEA desk and putting it up there. It wasn't adjustable at all, but I remember doing what you're doing where you put your elbows up on it. Just trying to stay up there. It's cute. How do I want to handle this? I think I should put some rope up here. I like seeing rope. Makes things feel like it's actually built. I'm excited to do this month's Guardian. After I finish up the 4 portraits I've got, I'm going to do the concept art for that. I'm going to try to kick those out before the end of the month, so they're not as crazy late as last month's. But, I think it'll be cute. Though, with how much the snow has melted, I wonder if they're gonna be... They're kinda snow-based Guardians, but they're also not... They're spring-based, so, I mean, if there's snow anywhere, I guess it's still pertinent, but... I don't know, we basically don't have any snow left here right now. Damn. Well, if you've been waiting for it and saving up for it, you deserve it. It took me a while to get used to mine. When I had it, it was like a couple months build up of standing and then resting after a while and all that. You have to have a good mat too, and make sure if you have a fatigue mat that you're not wearing shoes on it, because the shoes actually negate the effects of the fatigue mat. I had read up all about this when I was doing it. So like, you have to make sure, I'm gonna do a weird doorbell, that you're not wearing the shoes, because the soles of the shoes actually take away the effects of the fatigue mat. It is very much so a push-in door. It will not be able to come out the other way. I think most front doors are push-in doors, right? Pretty sure. So like in this case, when I use the bigger thing, the bigger pen. Oh, you can get, I don't want to say they're stirrups, but they're like, not shoes, but they're things you can wrap around your bare feet, or, you know, socked feet. that support your arches. So if you're wearing slippers or whatever kind of shoes, they kind of go with you, I guess. It's not necessarily shoe specific, which is nice. So that would really help with the fatigue mat situation. So this is what I meant when I said that you can use a thicker one later to go over. I'll do the same up there at some point too. Yeah, it might help. And then these are going to be stones, so they have to have stone texture. Let's see if you can zoom in on this. The house itself is a little wonky, but that's one of those things you can kind of fix. I'm drawing at an angle too, which is weird. So maybe that's why it's kind of coming out a bit off. I can kind of reset it. Let's see if I can. I want the stones to be a little bit broken. Not too bad. I really shouldn't jump around because sometimes I totally forget an area because of that, but like I said, it helps keep the piece interesting for me. This one, thinking like it's like a stucco sort of building. So like I want to make it look like some parts have peeled off. And then when I go over it with the watercolor, I can show that better. And then another awning. Showing the other side of the awning through the awning. Showing connectors. Shade it. Shade it. Shade it. Connect it. Oh, thank you, Isabel. I'm excited to color it. I gotta think of the colors I'm gonna use on it, though. Does anybody have any fun things planned for next week? And did some bushes over here. Let's see, I'm gonna turn this real quick so I can draw this in. This is gonna look like they added a little balcony a long time later after this was made. So I want it to look a little bit tacked on, not as stable. If I want it to look part of this, like it was made when this was made, I would make it out of stone. But I think for now, I'm gonna make it just like it's wood. Somebody's like, I want a house edition. Like, okay, well, we don't have the means to do it, and blah blah. I want it. Okay, well, we can do it with wood. Fine. Something like that. So, let's see. Probably be a stone fixture here that would help hold it in place. Doing little things like that, little engineering type things that look correct, sometimes are all you need. Doesn't always have to be correct, just has to look correct. Remember, this is only for fantasy stuff. If you're doing real life stuff, that's different. And then instead of just doing regular slats, I'm going to vary them a little bit. I'm going to put in some bolts. That's fun. Some wood striations here so it looks like wood. Double this up a bit so it looks dimensional. And I want some more depth here, so I'm going to do some of this. I could do that here too. Oh, I'm sniffing again. Just realized that. It might be a nervous tick. It just might be. Do some dirt, grass, so let's see. Just working. I get you. Dang, guy. Loud, 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 loud. And that leading away, so I know where to put the tufts of grass. And this is dirt. So if I want to put a rock somewhere, I can do that. Or a grass tuft. Grass texture. Oh, thanks, cat. Honestly, it's just doing it over and over again. Like, this is the only time I'll say I'm really pretty grateful for Instagram. Because it kind of shows how I've, I guess, improved over the years. It's a nice catalog of over time. So if you want to see where I started in 2012 with posting, it's there. My whole marker journey is there. It's all on there, which is pretty cool. I mean, it's kind of fun sometimes if you find a new artist that you really like to just kind of scroll through their entire thing. Some people do go back, like they haven't taken anything down, and you can go back through and look at everything they've done, and it's just kind of neat. It's like a time capsule of their journey. I do that sometimes if I find somebody new. But the way I relax lately on stream days like this is right before the stream, I'll kind of, if I don't already have an idea of what I'm doing or I have a craving or specific look, I'll just fill my head with references. And I'll log things as I'm looking at them in my head. Because I typically don't have references up on my screen or collected unless I'm doing something very specific like a pet portrait. If I'm doing one of my pet portraits, I absolutely have that up. But if I'm doing something more fantastical that's more from my mind, I make sure I'm not going straight off something, because I feel like then you're too dependent on it and you're not using enough of your imagination. So if you want it to be an imaginary kind of original piece. So I'll look at actual buildings and things beforehand, be like, okay, well, I like that awning, you know, I like those doors, I like this, that, or the other thing. And then if I remember that, and I kind of say to myself, if I really like it, I'll remember it. And then I get to the piece, and if it ends up in there, it's like, well, that means I really liked it because I actually remembered it. So that's how I kind of go about these. You know, I look at sometimes other artists' buildings, and then I'll look at real buildings that I like and try to just do a melting pot of all these ideas and just pull them out as I'm drawing. Giselle, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. It bothers me right now how this looks so empty, so I'm gonna put another thing in the back here. So it looks like it's holding it up, though I think it needs another. I don't think those are enough as supports. I'm gonna put another one here. And I think this one, have one back here. So it looks a little bit even rounded, I'd say. Actually, it kind of does with how this is broken. So guess what we're doing? We're gonna make it rounded. So it looks like it's going Yeah. And then if I really wanted to, shade it a bit and it'll look like it's faceted. Okay. Then I can further accentuate this later once I paint it, but for right now, it'll do. Let's go over here. I love this janky mailbox. I'm excited to work on that. Some things, though, I save for when I get to a later point, just so I do have something to look forward to. So I do jump around in a piece to things I want to do, but I also save things. Like, the mailbox almost feels like the finishing touch, the last goal of the inking. So I'm going to kind of save that. It's like a good job, make the mailbox. But there are some other things that's like, okay, I really want to do this next part. And as always, everything I usually make on stream, unless stated otherwise, is up for grabs. So if there is anything anybody likes, you can always call dibs on it. I know it's kind of crazy to do that before it's done, but I don't know, man. Sometimes you just see a piece and you feel really akin to it and you just want it. I've done that before. I've actually done that at a convention. Rolled by somebody's table that they're working on something, ask about it. They say it's for fun. I say, hey, can I buy it from you? They're like, it's not done. I say, you know, can I come back and get it? I'll pay you for it now. They're like, yeah. So always inquire about things you want, because it's better to ask and get, you know, turned down, but to have asked than not know and miss out. Draw some little flowers. Little flower boxes. And then I'm going to have some stone windowsill still go over. Show the underside. And this will just be wood. So I'll do that in a minute. Usually I like doing character art. typically character art's my bag, but I think you gotta mix it up once in a while. There are things you can learn from other things that you can bring to your main hustle, your main thing that you wouldn't expect, that actually help you out and help you understand maybe a snag you're in. That's why whenever you get in like an art slump or an art block, they tell you get outside, go do something else, because something else you experience can absolutely help you with something you're struggling with. I think in more ways than one sometimes, even if it's not an art block, you're just struggling. Getting out of your environment, getting into somewhere new, just throwing yourself somewhere else helps you have perspective on what's happening currently, you know? Let's throw a big old rock in here. Maybe a little rock set. Oh yeah. Oh, grabbing sketches. I still don't think you should really ever throw away sketches. I don't know. Like, I know there are some artists that, like, burn their work, and I don't understand that. That is beyond me. I think that's a bad move. Because, I mean, there are people that would like those sketches. Any sketches you do, you know, somebody might like. Especially if you're, you know, getting kind of, I don't want to say famous, but, you know, if people really enjoy your work in any form, don't deny them the ability to have it. That's what I missed. There we go. How do I want to do this? Deciding if I wanted it cylindrical or actually like a square. So I think I'm going to just do it like a square. I'm going to do it kind of light too, because I think I'm actually going to have smoke coming out of it. So because of that, maybe this one can be more cylindrical. And I think they'd make it with mud. So we're going to put some mud there. Some mud here, put some bolts, nails, what have you, maybe a couple stones now. And then maybe this main area will have stones. I'm going to do the shingles real quick so I know where the tops of these come down, so I can put in that siding. I'm making these fairly large shingles just because I feel like it. I want it to kind of look like a toy house, toy shop, toy whatever, just a tiny version of it. And then I'm doing this one just so I remember what the pattern is, because I could easily forget. They really are, Isabel, yeah, for real. They're a great insight into their process and all that. What's crazy for me is my husband, He's one of those people, he can just take a pen and go. I don't know if anybody's seen his streams, but a lot of them are just him going crazy on his journal. And he just goes. Oh, does it really, Sophia? I didn't know that. It doesn't know my spelling. Oh my god. Whatever. This is like a chatty area. If you don't have the best spelling, F it, it's fine. Also, I'm putting a little flag up on here just so I remember to put a flag up on there. Ooh, I want a flag. That made me think of putting a flag up here. So, how do I want that to go? Do I want it to be floating? That wouldn't make sense. Maybe the flag is up here. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. Okay, how am I gonna do that though? I don't want that to look dumb. No, I don't like that. Don't like that way. Maybe I can figure out a different way. Oh, angry cars. I didn't realize that, Sophia. That's great. Thank you for that tidbit. An angry car's angry. Out in this rural area, it seems like a lot of people just love going crazy with their cars. Alright, I'm gonna do something here. I almost want it to be like a figurehead of some kind. Oh, maybe I'll just make it a big leaf. That could be kind of cute. Maybe that would be a decent carving. Or maybe this is where the sign is. Maybe the sign is part of this big block. Oh, maybe that's the... Oh, that's not bad. That would turn it into a fairy house. If I had just a big wooden sign here. Then I could get some overlap here. That'd be nice. Things always look more real. This sounds so dumb. If you have overlapping bits, you just have to be careful about tangents. Tangents can really ruin a piece. When I say tangents, I mean like, if, say, part of this aligned with part of this back area, that could really kind of muck it up, make it look bad. I think I'm going to do that instead. Actually, I could do both. Oh my god, I could do both. F it, I could totally do both. Like that almost feels like overkill. I just wanted something in this area. Oh, duh. There's gonna be smoke there. Okay. So the smoke is just gonna fill this in. Oh yeah, that's my fun Amazon list. Like, those things are like just for literal fun. It's not stuff I need, but they are fun. Just fun things. I think I might make this. Okay, you guys help me decide. Should this be a wood sign or should it be a banner? Like a square banner. Like fabric. I'll let you decide. Yeah, I had a friend who like did that and I was like, you know what? I don't really... Everything I need is stuff that people can't buy me, like furnaces and things. So I thought I'd make a fun list, yeah. Just things in case somebody doesn't want to just send money. Because I know that's like a per person thing. Some people like to send gifts. Some people like to send just cash. Some, you know. So giving people more options, I guess, is, you know. Sophia says wood. Oh, maybe I could just put up a poll. Hold on, I want to try that. Just gotta get in my dashboard. Yeah, a lot of my art supplies don't really come from Amazon, I guess. Like, if I do, it's just a one-time thing, like the art palette, you know, that I was showing earlier. Or they're just really quick things that I do need. If I do need art supplies from Amazon, I usually have to order them right away. It's one of those things. But, you know, if I need long-term stuff, usually it's from other areas. Where the hell is this other thing? Is that it? No. Weird. Oh, I think they changed things on me. Ah, they did. Well, that's weird. Well, now the poll is in a completely different area. Great. Oh, is there a leather portfolio in there? Is it gonna give me a poll suggestion? Oh, yay. Okay, question. Wood or fabric sign? Wood. Fabric. Alright, I'm gonna set this for 1 minute. Everybody, give me your best vote on what you'd want. Ready, go. It's anonymous too, so I won't know who voted what, just in case. I like doing these are fun. They just changed where it was on me in the interface, so it's like, where... Okay, I have to find this again. Oh, Wood's winning. There are 14 of you, come on! Chime in if you got strong feelings. Oh, it looks like Wood's gonna win. And Wood won. Alright. If it makes you feel better, Cat, I would have put fabric too, but we still wouldn't have won. That is okay. So, let's see. Do this, do this, do this. What it is. Now, whenever I do these kind of wood signs and things, or any type of like iconography within a piece that's a standalone piece that has no like backstory or anything, I tend to make up a little language, I guess. It's just so nothing's really, I don't know, deterring in terms of language or like, you know, where it's placed in our world versus another world. So I'll either do a symbol or a word that's in some other kind of weird language. So let's see. What could I do? Also, I kind of want to put curtains in here, but I don't want typical curtains. Fireburns, thank you for the sub.
I love your style.
Thank you. Oh, I'm so glad you love my style. Thank you for being here. Thank you for such nice words. Which letters, Isabel? The ones I usually put on stuff? I don't have like a set. I make it up on the spot. I'll be completely honest. 100% make it up every time. It's like sometimes I'll... I also like to work like this. Here, I'll show you. On a piece of paper, I have... Typically, this is one of those Arches pads that has... Every side is glued down, so it stays flat when I start watercoloring it. But I have lots of templates that I use. So like this is a 5x7 one, but I have other ones that are ones I can trace that I just put down and I trace them, or I have them at so many different sizes that I can take any piece of paper, and it might seem like a waste, I guess, if you're somebody who wants to use this full paper, but I know how I like to work, and I like having a bunch of area here where I can test paints and try things before I put them in it. So, no, it wasn't a mat. This is actually like a comic board. It's meant to go behind comics. But I took another template that I had and I just like traced it, and then I use this for when sometimes I'll just freestyle a piece and then I do want it a frame size. So I will literally just put it as a window and find where I like it the most and then put it down and then trace it and then cut it out. Other times I'll use these other kinds of templates, put them down, and this is my usual paper. Literally these are made from just sturdy paper I found around the house. That's all. But this is my usual drawing paper. I just made a different kind. And if I haven't started it yet, this is the one that I used for this one. If I haven't started yet and I'm like, I want to do a 5x7, and I do this so they fit in frames. So 4x6 is 5x7, 6x9s, 8x10s, 9x12s, 11x14. Those are all like frame sizes. So if you make things for frames, it makes it easier for people who buy your pieces, because then they can just go to the store and get a standard frame size instead of getting it custom framed. So that's why I started doing this, because it's not too big of a deal. Sometimes I'll get a craving for a really weird ratio and I'll do that, but when it's little pieces like this, I just, this is 5x7. So I mean, you could use mats, but with how much these get dirty and kind of effed up, I honestly just keep remaking them. Because, sometimes I'll use markers, sometimes I'll use pen, whatever. So, I don't know. I make my own. I have a whole folder that are full of ones from 2x3 up to 9x12. So I typically use those. But I really like doing it this way, because then when I paint it, I can go over the crop line and make sure all the colors get, solid through it. And then I can also test all my colors in the margins here, and I can, play with things. So in this case, I would be taking, this would be a time I would be like, what should I put in that sign over here? And I'd be like, well, I could do, and I start doing shapes, whatever weird kind of alien shapes or shapes that almost look like other letters or things. A lot of time it ends up looking like Hyrulean script, kind of. So, you know, taking just like triangles and adding things to them, I don't know, squares, and having stuff come out of them, making them resemble weird letters. But I think for this one, since it's a square, that really nicely fits like an icon. So I guess it'd be good to figure out what this place is for. And I would think food. Kind of looks like a food place. What do you think? Food, drink, flowers. It's not really a flower place because there's no flowers anywhere. Yeah, it does kind of look more like a restaurant. And honestly, if I really wanted this to be like a flower shop, I should have started off knowing it was a flower shop so I could design it around being a flower shop. So what I would have done instead is made sure there's a nursery area, there's, you know, a checkout area, more things like that. I would have catered it a lot more to that design. Which, actually, I thought about doing this earlier before the stream started, and then I kind of went against it and wanted to do something like this. But I was thinking about doing one of my isometric ones, but have it be for, like it's a place for plant folk, but it's like a greenhouse, but it's like also a building. So it's like an inn that looks like a greenhouse, but it's an inn for plant folk who come and go. So I wanted to take more time on that, though. I didn't just want to pump that out here, so I might do that next time. I just wanted to have a sketch already done for that. Pastries! Oh, that's not bad either. Oh my god, Sophia, like my brain rearranged your sentence. It went, the template, that was a mat, instead of, was that a mat? My brain totally had a dyslexic moment. I'm so sorry. I just realized it rearranged your words. God, I have that more often than I'd like to admit. I think I might be partially dyslexic. Words like that just rearrange for me. Like, it might be a switch of one or two words, but oh my god. And then you almost think that somebody's lying if you see that, and you're like, oh, it can't be me. It's totally me. I do like the pastry idea, though, too. It does kind of look like it could be a pastry shop for sure. I think the easiest thing, though, would be to make it a restaurant. But, I mean, you know, restaurant can have pastries, too. But I think putting a plate and, like, a fork or, like, a bowl with... Oh, that could be actually kind of... If I do a side shot of a bowl with steam coming out of it, then it could be anything. It could be a bowl, it could be a hot drink, it could be a lot of things. If it was just like this. If I add a spoon, though, then it's soup. Oh, but it... Oh, no. Should we do apothecary? Shit, now I'm having all these thoughts. Apothecary... If I did that, it'd be a mortar and a pestle. Or a bottle. Oh, it could be a potion shop. A potion shop could be cute. But this feels very dining, this area. So maybe we should just make it a restaurant. It's dressed up kind of like a restaurant, right? The only weird thing is now the mailbox. Restaurants get mail, though. Yeah, restaurants get mail. But I also want to put, then, a light. Now I'm wondering if this should be at night. Ooh, now I got thoughts. Tea and pastries for fancy guardians. Only the fanciest. Maybe the lamp is connected to... I like things that are like dual purpose, so maybe the mailbox is also a lamp. So maybe... It might be a little bit crazy. I'd have to crazy up this thing too a bit. Oh, I want to draw a little bird. Gotta draw a bird. Just adding an animal or two to a piece sometimes brings it to life a little better. This being full of smoke, I don't know if that's gonna be enough. Let's do this too. I want it to be connected like that. There. Yeah, that's good. You know what? No, here's what we're gonna do. F this idea, this is a bad idea. The light's gonna be here. I don't like that tangent. Oh, you know what? Maybe the light is on the thing. Well, that would be smart, wouldn't it? Yep, I'm gonna do that. Which sucks because I already inked that. That's okay though. Okay, so we're gonna go with... It's just gonna be a soup place. Just soup. Soup was big back in the day, right? Soup place. I don't like that icon though. Is this like watching somebody have an argument with themselves? Is that cool or terrible? I still like the fork and plate idea, but it feels so rudimentary, like bleh. Fuck it, it's a coffee house. Cup is universal. We're going cup. Will it? Not so much. I mean, they're supposed to be permanent and watercolor friendly. Maybe I'll lighten it a little bit. Either way, I'm okay with it being there. That's fine. I can make it work. And this is where a tangent could be your friend. Because then you use it as part of that and then you vary it somewhere else. Plus, once I add paint, then I'll be like, whatever. Alright, so now this is part of the sign. And then I want this to be inset. So that's the inset, that's the outer line. This will have to be like this. This will be like that. Sometimes this part confuses me when I have to do dimensions. Good enough. That'll do it. This bird is not fat enough. Needs to be fatter. There we go. It is not a bird, it is a blorp. Welcome, blorp. We worship you, blorp. There we go. Good King Blorp. Alright, and like I said about when I'm gonna paint this, it's just gonna be a wash. I'm gonna really try hard not to go crazy with painting it. So I wanted to kind of do something similar to those old, they're like building paintings where it's just like ink and pen. Basically like ink wash and pen. I don't want to go crazy with actually trying to paint it. It's not what this is. This is me trying to stay simple. Good luck, right? Is anybody working on anything right now? Along with me, we having an art jam? Who else is doing stuff? I think we could make this stone too. Watercolor bookmarks, hell yeah. Awesome. Ooh, a craft show. What are you trying to make for it? Just get out a bunch of stuff that you normally do, just a good amount of it. Product. Merch. I think that's great you're including her too, Kristen. I think that's super cool. Box of paint. I love it. Sneak it in. It's fine. When you get the urge to do something, man, sometimes you gotta do it. 'Cause sometimes if you don't do it when you think of it, you just don't end up doing it, you know? So I totally feel you on that. I don't want to do too much detail in this one. I think we're going to have to do this as a night piece. I'll be honest. Because I think I really want this candle to be, you know, lighting up that sign. If it's during the daytime, it's not going to do jack. Wallets, nice. Oh, clay figures, yeah. If she ever wants to make them into jewelry, I can tell you how. It's pretty easily. Yeah, box. I'm totally with you on that. As long as it doesn't deter you too much from what you got to get done, hell yeah, go with it. Oh, thank you, Box. Snakes wrapped around Dyson shelves. That's great. That sounds like fun. I'm glad she's having fun with that. Right, so for the parts that I was saying that like they'd be lit up or they'd have smoke, I'm not going to outline those parts because I don't necessarily want them to peek through all those effects that I'm talking about. So I'll make necklace pendants or something. Or try, if you like mixing painting and sculpture. Oh, thank you for the follow, Box. Do some reliefs. Like, take one of those wood plaques that you can get at like a craft store, and then take the air dry clay and then slap it onto the plaque, and then make something and then paint on it. So it's like a 3D painting, basically. That was one of the things I wanted to do coming up if I get some free time, is make a relief. Because they're fun. They're like the perfect mix of both worlds, you know? It's true. I don't today. Oh, then she's a great salesman, Kristen. That's awesome. I bet everybody at the craft show probably thinks she's adorable. Let's see. I'm sure they will. Absolutely. Oh, really? Yeah, I feel bad when I don't have my cam on. It used to be all the time, but it's hard, man. Get on makeup for stuff sometimes, especially if you have, like, you know, some acne wounds or something on your face. You can't exactly put on makeup every stream, you know? And I like to be real about it, that it's like, well, you know, I've got these issues, so I can't exactly do it right now. I don't want to sacrifice the health of my healing bits, you know, for camera. So. Oh, thanks, Sophia. I'm glad you think so. Oh, I feel you. So I totally get that. But I bet you feeling fresh and fly. Because you got that new her. Alright, I think we're getting close to painting this now. For anybody new in here, I usually stream on Saturdays at 2 p.m. CST. I'm usually doing a watercolor piece or one of my mixed media things. I usually work a lot with markers and pastels. Let's see what else. Oh, you can find me everywhere online under Cloverkin for the most part. I'm also Cloverkin Art on some things. Can't find me under Cloverkin, try Cloverkin Art. My Patreon is my pride and joy, and happens to be my main source of income. So, I've got a lot of things on there that are like physical rewards, but also digital. I got something for everybody on there. So, in case you want to join up, check it out. And Patreon is... I don't know why those aren't working. There you go. Moobot is sleeping. Get back to the right color. It's called Midnight Blue. It's not inky. It's some darker side of bright blue. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I get you. Kind of like a cerulean or like a cyan. Oh, you guys are fine. I'm happy to even have anybody who wanted a mod. Don't worry about it. I do not blame you one bit. I mean, really, don't even feel like you have to mod. The mods originally were just in case we got a hate raid or something. But you know. Lazybug. Oh, I love your name. Hi, Lazybug. Thank you for the follow. I love bugs. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. I caught a woolly bear like a week ago. I haven't put him on socials yet because I don't know if it's safe yet to let him out or if we should try to raise him because they're getting close to their time of cocooning. So, and right now the weather outside is pretty bad where it goes from 70 one day to like 20 the next. So I've just been keeping him going with some plants and spritzing water and stuff. You're not supposed to give him like a water tray or nothing like that. So, he's doing his thing. I named him Pringle. You all know how crazy I am for woolly bears, so when I found one, it was a scene. I caused a scene. A woolly bear, caterpillar. You know my woolly bears. Perpendicular, what's up? Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I think we're ready to paint it now. Sophia, you don't know what a woolly bear is? I think some people call them woolly worms. I don't think they're worms though, they're more like caterpillars. They're black and brown. I'm sure everybody's seen one in their life at some point. But yeah, woolly bears. Anyway, I feature them a lot in my art. I'm sure you've seen one or two things. I've got a sticker set of them. Trying to think of other things here. Oh, you get hurt if one sticks to you? Really? Oh no. Okay. So that's where we're at. I should probably outline these other ones. I like my pill bugs, and I like my woolly bears and my moths. That's where I'm at. That's what I like. Oh, weird, my playlist just stopped. I'm gonna actually put line art down here because I feel like they'll help solidify that it's lit from within here. Because that's what we're gonna do. I'm so daggum excited. How did it sprout creatures? What kind of creatures? Do you have little pill bugs? Oh my goodness. I love creatures. Okay. I'm gonna look up real quick a nighttime sort of palette that I can use. So I need to think of colors here. Oh, that's a snowy one though. I don't want snow. God, I'm tired of snow. Isopods and centipedes? Oh man. You caught him making more. Oh no. Aw. How did you get and they just really? They just showed up? Wow. That's crazy. I wonder if things can just spawn like that. You know what? I might wing this. Let's wing it. How about that? I'm gonna wing it. Hold on. Okay. I gotta make my jar smaller. My jar's too big. That's about a good size. There we go. Put it down there. My tips thing, I guess I could make it smaller here. Hold on. Is it part of my? No. Oh, there they are. Oh my god. Well, I don't know why I did that many of them. Oh well. I'll make this a little bit wider. Okay. 1100? No? 1200? No, too far. Let's do 1150. There we go. Look at that. That worked well. 100? 50? Yeah. 75. There. That looks good. Okay. Alright. Alright, cat. Let's give it a go. Oh my god, do you think all of those things spawn just from that? That'd be nutty. Alright. Hello, guy. How you doing? Okay, let's mix the palette. I'm gonna try cat's palette here. Make sure everything's off it, because everything can have an effect. I gotta figure out what brush I want. Maybe. Yeah, that one feels pretty good. Oh, that Prussian blue is really nice. Maybe I'll start off. Okay, if everything else is going to be blue and purple, it would be good if the place itself was warm. So, I guess let's do that. I'm trying to think if I want to do the building first or if I want to do the background first. I'm not even sure. Let's I guess let's do the building first. So let's do the things we know are going to be wood. And cat, this yellow ochre is really nice. Let's do this. Oh, I need a paper towel. I'm just doing watercolor right now. If I mess up and my lighting gets screwed, I'm gonna mix in some gouache, but I think for right now I should probably be pretty good. Gouache doesn't play well with ink. Like, gouache would go right over this ink, and I don't want to lose my lines, so I'm gonna use watercolor. If I were just going kind of from pencil or something, I could do gouache pretty easily, but I'll just do watercolor this time around. And since I'm not really warmed up too hard, I'm gonna take it kind of slow right now. Because all week I've been using markers, so switching up my medium is fine. I'm used to it, but I gotta ease in. Different mindset, gotta switch over. Let's maybe use some red. Oh, really? Your scanner's fault? Well... you might need a new scanner then, honestly. There are some things you can do, though, to make sure it's, like, doing its best. You know, making sure that, like, the scanner's completely covered when you're scanning. Things like that. That's weighed down enough. That the scanner itself isn't using any extra image altering things like settings. Some scanners come with settings that are just automatically default, and you have to change them so it doesn't darken all your crap or whatever. So you might just need to use a different program to scan with, because using the native scanner program versus, say, using Photoshop scanner device, it's different. So you might want to give that a shot. Really? Is it a good scanner? Like, is it meant for like high DPI things, or is it a document scanner? Because if it's a document scanner, it's probably not going to go over too hot. Document scanners are typically just... Like, if it's part of an all-in-one system, it might not be the best. It depends on the brand. Like, if it's HP, probably not. Got that mailbox a bit wet. Sorry, guy. Honestly, if you can just buy like a regular scanner that's, I don't know, just not an all-in-one or really HP, I think it'll be okay. Like, we have an Epson scanner. It's pretty good. And they don't have to be crazy expensive. It just has to be more of an image scanner than a document scanner, you know? These document scanners are just meant for more black and white text, you know, that kind of thing. Oh. I know I'm gonna forget to paint some part of this. I always forget something when I'm painting. Birds outside are having a time. Oh, you said uni, so you must be in Europe, yeah? You always tell. I wouldn't be surprised if Americans started saying uni soon. It makes more sense. It's easier to say than college. Oh, wow, really? Well, that's kind of cool. Usually it's the other way around. That's nuts. Do you mind me asking what made you switch? Who calls it uni, Sophia? I've never heard an American call college uni. Fox, I love that. That's such a good character thing. I bet that's adorable. You sound probably just so cute. Love it. Like, if you still have your southern drawl, but you sound like a British accent, that's great. Oh yeah, Sophia, sorry. That's true. Hi, Greg. How are you? I completely forgot, Sophia. Sorry. Oh me, oh my. Cat, these paints are juicy, bro. They do feel richer than the Winsor Newton. That's for sure. Ah, cute box. I love that. So does that mean you got the citizenship thing by marriage, or how did that end up working? I'm always curious how people move out of the U.S. because, boy, that's a dream. I mean, I know it's effed up everywhere, but I don't know. It's more than just this place being a train wreck sometimes. Yeah, I don't know, with the amount of water I usually use, these actually feel like they're trying harder. But, like, I don't know, I can't explain it. It just feels more full. Like, the fact they are more expensive, I guess I can totally feel that. It's minuscule, but dragging it around on the paper does feel a good bit different. These are Daniel Smiths that I'm using right now. That cat in the chat was so kind to gift me. They almost feel like ink more than they feel like watercolor. Maybe that's more of it. Oh, really? Really? You weren't even guaranteed? That's crazy. It does seem like you have to start off with a student or work visa, yeah? That seems like the thing. Oh my god, yeah, these are rich. I am just adding like a minuscule amount of water and it's just giving it up. Like, wow. Kat, are you sure you wanted to give this to me? This is a nice palette, bro. Like, these colors are just nutty. And here I am after I just made a new palette, drooling over these used delicious paints. Are you serious? Why would the US do that? So it had nothing to do with even, like, the UK? It was more of the US being a jerk? Oh my god. I don't want to say typical, but typical. Oh. Were they really? Oh my god. United States, what the fuck? And what's even weirder about that is that you're a native. Like, what the hell? Like, how could that almost feels like a jealousy thing. Like, well, we can revoke it at any time if we don't even like you being over there. You're originally from Texas. You should have stayed in Texas. Oh my god. Like, geez, United States. Also, this color right here, this is smooth. My god. You would think I'm sponsored right now, but I'm totally not. Oh, really, Greg? Do you remember who it was? I had a lot of friends at Amkey. Yeah, they really are. I've got a couple in my palette normally, but since I've never used just Daniel Smith, like, exclusively on a painting, I didn't notice, because I'm usually using Winsor Newton, but, like, this is, yeah, that is instant. It is, like, almost ink. It feels like I'm painting with ink. Yeah, that super saturation is nuts. Okay, I'm gonna do a really bright yellow in this place, I think. So, Kat, what made you give me these then? I feel bad. I mainly use them. Oh. Well, if you find out, Greg, let me know. Do you remember what their booth looked like? I'm just wondering if it's one of my friends that was there. There are a couple people I've been compared to that are my friends. I always think that's funny, so I like knowing who it is. Don't worry, I'm not going to track them down and, like, you know, don't worry. It's not going to get weird. Oh, Kat, I love you. That is so sweet of you. Thank you. Well, I'm having a blast with this. And like I said, I almost feel bad since I made a brand new palette, and this one is like giving me vapors, if you know what I mean. Want a little bit of some shadow. Wow, yeah, this is insane. Wow. Yeah, I've never been able to do those. Ah, Greg. Well, if you remember, let me know, okay? If I use any of the pearly or goldy colors, I usually use acrylic and I just go over the painting when it's done. If it starts storming out, I might need to go. So I'm sure that'll affect the the stream at some point. It's weird because there are birds in this song and then there are birds outside, like outside my window. So it's a little bit fun. This is so much easier to drop color in than on Windsor's, which is really weird to me. Like, I wouldn't have thought that to be a thing. But it like stays put better, and that's crazy. I didn't expect there would be this much of a difference, I'll be 100% honest. So now I'm just like, wow. I guess I get it now. That's the weird thing. It is a track playing. So the birds in the song, there's one squawking right now, but there's also birds out the window. So I've got two tracks of birds, technically. Stereo birds. But yeah, that's weird. It's weird hearing it in both ears. I've got headphones in one ear, but in the other, it's just a window. That's funny. Yeah, these are way easier to layer, Kat. You're completely right. I'm gonna come in with a dark blue here soon. Kind of go over the whole piece, but right now I didn't want to do that yet. I think I'll make the bird red so he stands out when I've got him going. Really? That's crazy. Yeah, I was not familiar with this. Time for that warm gray. It's getting really dark out. I love that my chat is just people geeking out about watercolors. That's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah, that just stuck. Like it's there, it's just stuck. That's crazy. Wow. Wow. Sorry, I know I was off screen. I know. Alright, I think I'm gonna go in here and do the background because now it's getting hard to visualize where I want everything. And then I can start going in between and making all the shadows, knowing where everything is. I want to use this one. I think I do. Yeah, no. I mean, this is worth feeling crazy over. It feels completely different. I had no idea it would be this different. It almost feels like a completely different medium. It's weird. It is like in between watercolor and ink. And I love painting with ink. I love the permanence of it. I love the scariness of it. Okay. Start off with this blue. Yeah, it's weird when paint just does what you want, and it's like you've been waiting for a paint to do that, and you thought it was you. It's like a new relationship. It's crazy. You're like, this whole time I thought it was me, but turns out it was you. Okay, now I have to make sure I remember the smoke. Knowing my dumb ass, I would have forgot that. I say that jokingly. I don't think I'm actually a dumbass. It's okay. I get too many people who are like, no, don't be mean to yourself. It's like, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'm a joker. It's okay. Joker, jokist. Now this is really light wash, so I doubt you're going to be able to see much of this. One of my biggest sins is that I have to kind of work up to using colors here. I still have to get better at that. Like just going for it. But I mean, granted, this is a new palette too, so I should be a little bit easy on myself. Now I might try to just go crazy dark on the edges. So very cute. Thank you, Waco. It's been a fun learning curve. These paints are new, so courtesy of Cat. So I'm trying my best to work with something I'm not used to. There we go. This is me getting scary. Bouncing back and forth between there, here, there. Here. It almost looks like a creature. It does, kinda, doesn't it? Wow. Good observation. It does kinda look like a creature. There we go, that looks a bit better. I need to get more green down here too. Let's soften this up so at least when I add the green it's going to be a little bit softer than that. Damn, yeah, and it picks up better too. Jesus. This is crazy, you guys. That's just crazy. So used to Winsor Newton, but these Daniel Smiths are kicking my ass. Damn. My husband always like freaked out over them. I was like, paints are paints. No, bro. I didn't understand. I did not understand. Hi, Sketch. How you doing? Understandably so. Oh yeah, I don't know anything about their marketing. Honestly, like, I don't think I've ever seen like marketing anywhere for Daniel Smith, but I'm in the US, so it's probably way under the radar here, I'm guessing, in comparison. Now I gotta match the sky. That's always, ugh. A lot warmer purple there. Oh, that blending is exactly what I wanted from Winsor Newton. Jesus. Oh, freaking A. I'm having a moment. Like, this is what I wanted it to act like, but it never did. It's like when you have a significant other that you try changing and you're like, they're just not who I want them to be. And then you get with somebody else and they're perfect and you're like, oh my god, why was I even trying to change this last person? You know what I mean? Oh my god, I'm destroying this area though. I'll come back to it later. Oh, yeah, Gabe was the one that told me originally that Daniel Smith was where it was at. And I only started watercoloring a couple years ago. God, I can't even remember when it was actually. I'm trying to remember, and I can't. Why can't I remember? Yeah, like, seriously, watercoloring was maybe a year something. Like, it hasn't been that long at all. Good luck matching this side. Yeah, it's not going to be the same. I'll need to work at that. Yeah, Cat really has, for real. Cat, this is seriously one of, if not the best, like, gift I've gotten. This is very, very cool. I mean, hopefully my audible geek outs are enough validation. Because, damn. Damn. I just want this hard line again. Too much curry? Oh no, what happened? I love curry powder, man. Oh, hell yeah, bro. Geek outs. It's the best part of being an artist. You find new stuff and you're like, oh my god, where have you been? Where have you been? You're shaking your art supplies. I needed you. Where were you when I needed you? You're paying for it now. Oh no. Well, that's more for what I'm going for. I didn't go dark enough on this other side. I need more food soon. All I had today was zucchini. Oh, zucchini and a protein shake. But mainly just zucchini. Liquid diet. It's worth it though. You've gotta get that surgery. God, this side looks so good, but fuck this side, man. Like, what's going on here? I need more, I know I need more pigment. I know that's the problem. Part of the problem is I forgot which blue I was using with it. think it was Luna Blue, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's some Prussian blue. Oh, maybe it was Prussian blue. I hope you can. Gabe has a broken tooth too that he's just been nursing for years. He said eventually it just like lost feeling, so. Okay, here's something else that's weird. It's now thunderstorming out, so in my actual right ear is a real thunderstorm, but in the song that's playing right now, there's rain. So it's really strange. I want this back, so I'm just gonna go for it again because I want this line. I'm going for it. I wasn't gonna get that line back just by baby stepping it up. I know that. I know what I got to do. It's just getting the courage to do it. It really is, isn't it? There we go. I think we finally hit the stride. Took a while. We got there. I can deal with that. I'm excited about it. What is it? Literally setting the mood. It's true, isn't it? I didn't even realize that. When you're painting a storm and it's a storming. Ooh, it's a clicky clack keyboard. Nice. Oh, and cool. Is that Elvish? Oh my god, that's adorable. You have like a clicky clack Lord of the Rings keyboard? I think I have your same keyboard. Is that a I think ours is called like an E600 keyboard. E6, what the hell was it called? We have clicky clack keyboards too. I'm trying to think of what it was though. Let me look it up. Oh, because Gabe and I have, I'm looking it up. Oh my god. Why can't I find it? Let me look on my other email real quick. Wow, guys. Well, we have those two clicky clack ones. And they're cool, man. I love them. I think they're cute. I think those are good elfish caps, homie. You done it. It looks dope. There we go. Give that a minute to dry. Yeah. I want to make it more orange over here. Oh yeah, I hate keyboards that move. Such a bummer. It's like, stay put, damn it. This needs more purple around. It's not purple enough. I can kind of seal it in, but I need more purple. Purple. He's your favorite part. I'm glad you like him. He's the innkeeper. I did that. I gotta admit, I stole that from myself because a little one of my other pieces that I did on it's on my website right now. I say he's the innkeeper, and the whole inn is kind of based off his image. So I'm stealing from myself, but whatever. Better steal from yourself than someone else, right? So dark. I have to pick some of this up. Recycling is good. Sometimes. I try to keep it fresh. I'm not big on recycling my own ideas, honestly. But sometimes you can't help it. Especially if the first time around it didn't really get noticed. So I guess then you're like, yeah, you know. God, picking this up is crazy better than any other brand. Wow. Every time somebody's been like, oh yeah, you can pick up watercolors, I'm like, it's never worked for me. But like, what the fuck? This is actually working. The way I want it to. What? It's crazy. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Crazy pills. Have y'all had a good start to your March? Has March been okay? I know. For real, game changing. Holy crap. Alright, now I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna make parts of this place darker. Because I am over how mismanaged this is. This hotel is mismanaged. You are doing a poor job, man. You are a bad innkeeper. March is going good? Oh, good. That's so nice to hear. Remember when I said I wasn't gonna actually paint this and I was just gonna do a wash? Remember that? Remember that? That was funny. That was funny, because here I am, using the paints. Painting with the paints. Not doing that wash like I said I would. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Swan diving penguin, thank you for the follow. Why is that so hard to say? Swan diving. Oh my god. Swan diving penguin. Yeesh, that's on me. Ah, true. Sophia, well said. Very true. Oh man, I feel like I missed when Swan came in. Oh, beautiful painting. Thank you! I totally missed that. I am so sorry. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm a douchebag. Did not even see that. See, I wouldn't be good with a lot of people in my chat, man. Like, I feel bad missing things. Oh, thank you, Swan. Stay motivated. Doing stuff, but I don't like doing stuff. Okay. Turney, then you gotta ask yourself the hard questions, like, why do I want to do this? So, why do you want to do it? Do you want to do it because it's fun? Because if it's fun, then you should just want to do it. If you're forcing yourself to do it for a different reason, then it's probably not something you actually want to do. So, I mean, what do you think is going on there, I guess? Oh, Night Sketch, thanks for coming. I hope your surgery goes well. Let me know how you do. I gotta be honest with myself. I don't think it would be lit like this. The only light is right here. This wouldn't reach, really. These wouldn't reach. So I gotta do this. Gotta be true to my design. So all this lighting I did right here, not real. Wouldn't be there. It would be dark. So I'm gonna have to, like, figure that out. Hard to get started. You just have to do it. Honestly, just sit down. Don't even think about getting started. Just start moving towards your stuff and just start doing it. It is the hardest part. To your credit, it is 100% the hardest part. However, if it's hard to just pick something up and you can't even pep talk yourself into doing it, then you gotta just Like, move over to the paints, move over to the thing physically. Put yourself in the chair. Fuck what your brain's saying, and then just start. So otherwise, you give yourself an inch to make up an excuse, you're gonna. So don't do it. Just actually physically put yourself in the area. Or, if you can talk yourself into it a little bit, say, alright, I'm gonna do it for like 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and then if I'm not having fun, I'll stop. But typically what happens is once you start it for 5 minutes, you'll be like, alright, 10 more minutes. 20 more minutes. Alright, I've been painting for an hour, wow. Stuff like that. So, I mean, hopefully that can happen to you. You just gotta give yourself the chance. Yeah, and like Bach said, if you don't know what to paint, just start doing shapes, doing textures, anything. Just remember that something is better than nothing when you're trying to make progress. Whether it be working out or whatnot. Back when I was trying to lose a lot of weight back in the day, I would tell myself that every day. Something's better than nothing. I'll just run for 5 minutes. Or I'll walk. If I couldn't run at the time, I'll just walk for 5 minutes. And I would. And then it would turn into, well, 5 minutes went by quick. I'll just do 20. And then I ended up losing 50 pounds back then that way. I mean, when it's hard to get motivated, you know, you gotta do anything. So try to reason with yourself, you know. Oh, here comes the rain. Harder than before. True that. Yep, just 5 minutes. Trinity 5. It's true. You already knew the answer. Get out there and do it. 5 minutes. That's it. And you know, even if that doesn't really work, you know, or you're still kind of, I don't know, discouraged, just remember you don't have to be one of those artists that draws or paints for like 10 hours straight or something. You don't have to do that to be a great artist. I think there's a misconception with, you know, well, you know, if I'm going to be great, I have to make pieces that are 30 hours pumped into it. And it's like, no. Have you ever seen a cartoonist draw something? Like, it takes them 30 seconds and it's amazing. Granted, that's because they've done it a million times. But my point is that, like, putting 100 hours into a piece doesn't automatically make it good. What makes it good is the time you spent building up your skill. That's what makes it good. So I usually say if you're starting off and that is daunting, then what you should really do is make a bunch of smaller pieces, kick those out, build some momentum, you know, build some confidence, like, oh yeah, I did 5 pieces this week and they're awesome. Sure, they might have been 2 by 3 inches, but I was really proud of the composition and this, that, or the other thing. Like, build up your you know, your confidence, and it'll be a lot easier to just start pumping those things out. Your confidence is a big part of it. So start small and work your way up. There's no shame in that. You're not going to be great tomorrow. Sorry. Like, even if you've been doing it for 20 years, you're still not going to be great when you wake up tomorrow. That's not how it works. It's a gradual thing. It's something you have to get better at over time. There you go. Exactly, Box. I was saying earlier in the stream, actually, like, my whole journey, basically, from starting markers to where I am now with markers, is on Instagram. There's a post that's like, I'm deciding to get good at markers. And then I've been using them since 2012 now, and that whole journey is on Instagram. Like, and it's cool that you can see that from some artists. You know, and don't worry about your style. Your style isn't, it's a myth. Your style is a combination of mediums you like to use and content you like to create. So, and really it's like also mixing what you choose to include and exclude with your pieces. So if you're somebody who is drawing anatomy but you don't like drawing eyebrows, and you draw a bunch of people all the time without eyebrows, wouldn't somebody say, oh, that's part of your style? See, you're just deciding what to include and to exclude with your drawings. And that's part of it. It's a lot easier than people make it out to be. And not only that, but you can have millions of styles. Like I was saying earlier, depending on the medium I use, my style is going to change. Like this doesn't look like my marker work. I don't lose sleep over it. My marker work looks different than this. That's okay. That's fine. You're an artist. You're going to change. And even if you found a style, guess what? In a few months, it's going to be different. So just go with the flow, create what you want to create, and it'll just figure itself out. If you're worrying too much about how you're perceived rather than what you're making, it's not going to turn out authentic. It's not going to be genuine. You're trying too hard. You're forcing it. It's not going to be good. You have to make sure what you're creating is at least true to what you feel like creating at the time, and then it'll be that. You know, believe it, it'll be it. That sort of thing. Yeah, and people start knowing it too, you know? I still don't worry too much about it. People say they can see my style regardless of what it is, and I think that's going to be on a person-by-person basis, but also, you don't have to have one. There are artists who love doing one thing, and they just do it really well, and they rock it. And if that's you, if you like doing one thing and you do it all the time and you do it really well, you'll get known for that one thing. Granted, that comes with its own problems. Later on, if you feel like changing it, you're going to have this pressure of, oh no, if I change it, everyone will leave me. But that's its own problem. Whereas if you're somebody like me and you have a million different styles and you don't really have something that's yours, then you have different problems. But I don't really care about those just because I'm doing what I want to do. So I can't be upset about that. And that's where it boils down to, again, art is not about social media. Art is about making what you want to make all the time. Exactly. And honestly, if it's a hobby and you're not doing it for work or something like that, you don't even need to make progress. Just make something stupid, make something messy. Play. Don't forget to play. In this day and age, everything needs to be calculated and tallied and everything. F that. Just play. More than anything nowadays, people just need to play. Everything's too serious. Everything's too sad and scary and I don't know. Just play. So much more important for your soul, your health. You don't need to even post it. Don't post it. Make something this week and don't post it. Okay? Just be happy that you made something, that you expressed yourself. And don't worry about posting it. And it's even more important if you post something you're proud of, or you make something you're proud of, don't post it. I think that's a good lesson. You don't have to post or show off everything you make. Yeah, redirecting feelings is something that even as an adult just is ongoing. Right, Box? Like, that is something that's so much easier said than done. I think we all know it. Okay, that's real. That's real thunder. Here. Hold on. I want you to see if you can hear this when it happens. The HP bar. So, kind of funny. This used to be a bigger deal on Twitch, but this has to do with people fighting to be the stream king. So with tips, bits, donations, all those sorts of things, you can defeat this person, and then it's your screen name that ends up there. So, oh, Isle, thank you for the follow. I don't know why it didn't come up. My alert box was open. But yeah, you can hear the thunder when it happens. You hear it right now? Yeah. Yeah, I feel stupid that I never explained this. But yeah, that's for people. So if like, it's $3,600 right now. So I think that's like $36, whether it's in tips or donations or something, and you can take their place as the stream king. I should make a bigger deal of that. I should put like a title there so it's more obvious. On Streamlabs it's called Stream Boss, but yeah. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it here. Yeah, I'll turn down the music so you can kind of hear the thunder. It's real. It's happening right outside the window. It's crazy. Yeah, that's why it's important to do quantity over quality, in my opinion, when you're starting, because the more pieces you make, the more numb you get to the idea if one's bad. And I think that's a really good thing to learn. So you make a bad piece, so what? It was tiny, you spent maybe half an hour on it, you learned some stuff, kick it out. It's done. It's over. Move on to the next one. It's more important you keep moving, you keep going, you keep creating, than spending 12 hours on something that from hour 1 you knew was crap. Don't do that. Until you know how to treat a big piece, don't do it. You know, like I usually tell people who are asking me, how do I start like a, 18 by 24 piece? I'm like, well, if you're asking me that means you haven't made pieces that big before. What's the biggest size you've ever done? Well, 5 by 7. Okay, I wouldn't exactly go to that big of a jump. It's like in a video game. You don't want to, go fight somebody who's 86 when you're a level 16. You don't want to do that. You got to work your level up. Same with equipment. This is a big one too. I see so many people who are like, should I get the Cintiq, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, are you drawing every day? A lot of the time, do you, are you proud of your work? Are you able to kick out art here and there? Oh, no, I mean, I draw often enough, but I was thinking, if I had that, it would make me a better artist. No. Tools are not going to make you a better artist. Tools are going to help you be a better artist when you're already, on your way. It's not going to fix what doesn't work with you being an artist. You can't, hope that tools will fix what you can't figure out, I guess. You know what I mean? It's like when people hide hands and feet when they can't draw them, or like when you're painting something and you put it completely in shadow because you don't know how it's supposed to look. If that's you, that's one of those things. You gotta work on it. No, some people they need a schedule. It really depends on the type of artist you are. Some people are better at just jumping into being spontaneous. Other people need a set aside time. There is no right answer. The hardest part that nobody ever seems to want to do is the trial and error portion, where you need to figure out what kind of an artist you are. When do you work best? When are you at your worst? Are you able to plan around if you get an art block? How do you get out of an art block? Because sometimes, something will work for someone else, but not you. That's just how it is, Make some happy accidents. In fact, I highly advise to do that, because really that's where art is born, in my opinion. And that's why learning to do traditional art is so important, because it teaches you sooner than digital art to work with a mistake. And working with mistakes, in my opinion, is kind of the art of it. Like, I made a huge mistake in this early on, and I fixed it halfway through. So I know what I did to fix it. You know, you learn from it. You figure things out. And, you know, if I had just undid it, I wouldn't have learned how to fix it. So it's more important to figure out what went wrong while you're there, you know? And I'm not, you know, getting down on people who do digital art. I do digital art as well. But I think when you're learning and when, you know, you're getting used to how to work, it's really important to know how to fix something, you know, traditionally, like from square one. Because otherwise, if you go digital first and try traditional later, you're going to be in for a rude awakening. Because there is no undo. There's nothing like that. And it's easier to work digitally when you have that mindset already set in place. Like my digital stuff goes so much quicker because I've learned what to do and not to do traditionally. It is rain, Cat. You are totally right. That's good, though, Antarctica. That's really good. Artistica, sorry. Your colors are blurring on my thing. Yeah, and I mean, I would say I'm pretty much 50-50. Honestly, my Patreon is like mainly digital, except for 2 of my tiers, which are traditional. And I love it. I'm able to do both, and I think you'll always need one or the other nowadays. Because if you're strictly traditional, you're going to eventually need digital to know how to make prints and books. And that's a hard learning curve if you've never done it before. And then vice versa, you know, if you're digital, at some point someone's going to ask you for a commission on paper or a sketch in a sketchbook, and you're going to be like, I never do this. I don't have my canvas. I don't have this. I don't have that. Well, you know, you got to have that 50-50 split, man. Yeah, mess is exciting. I think mess and making something out of a mess is almost the same satisfaction as cleaning. You know, if your painting's kind of nutty and you make it into something great, like there's definite satisfaction from that. I feel that way about this one. I actually had a point in here with that sky portion. I was like, oh man, you know, I bit off more than I could chew here, and I just kept going. And eventually it's like, all right, yeah. This was a good sesh. Solid sesh. Is it a masterpiece? No. But is it a notch in my experience? In my experience points? Hell yeah. Am I excited that I did it? Yeah. Is it gonna be, you know, the next big thing that I'm known for? God, no. No. That's not how this stuff works. If I didn't stick my arm in it. Yes. Oh, I love that. Perfect. Well said. Also, my paper towel's pretty. It's got these pretty colors on it. So, I think it is important to at least make mistakes and have fun and experiment, figure out what type of artist you are. That's going to solve a lot of your problems going forward if you figure out how you like to work and with what for now. You can always change it. You can always change what your mediums are. You can change what your content is. Maybe you're a fantasy years ago, now you're sci-fi. Whatever, man. You can do whatever you want. Don't forget that. Thank you, Swan. I always forget to do like a little intro or whatever. I used to be in gaming for like 10 years. I made mobile and PC games. Not for anybody crazy important or anything like that. No big companies or nothing. But I almost think because I had a smaller view of that side of the world that maybe I got more more experience in a smaller time, let's say. Especially because I had to do so many more jobs than somebody at a big gaming company would. Like I had to do like character creation, animation, backgrounds, UI, even did the sound for one game, like music. I did composition. Like it was nutty. Totally underpaid, but whatever, it was a small studio. But anyway, I did that for a long time, and I've been freelance and all that for about 6 years now, since 2015. Oh, so maybe 7 years. Can't do math. That's always been a problem though. Math. So yeah, anyway, if you have any questions about any of that, let me know. But I also have a Patreon that, you know, I give behind the scenes things of my work, unposted stuff, process GIFs where it's like a process animation, which is fun. I like making those. They're cool. Right? Yeah, it was nutty. Underappreciated too, obviously. I feel like that just goes hand in hand with almost being in the game industry. Anytime you hear about somebody who's actually happy in games or animation, it's like, what? Where do you work? Tell me where you work. That's crazy. I've never heard of that. Because conditions at these places are just usually so bad. And it's really unfortunate. Anyway. Exactly, Swan. Exactly. So whenever you get those times, especially when, you know, you don't want to draw, you want to do something else, follow that. If you feel like starting a new hobby, do it. Because you'll never know when that hobby can actually lend itself to your other art, your main hustle, all that stuff. Like, I feel like it's when your body craves certain foods, it's because your body needs those specific minerals, as long as it's not junk food. I mean, like when you get on a clean diet, and you eventually have these cravings for specific veggies and stuff, and that's usually because you need specific minerals, or your body's like, hey, we're low on this, get some of this. So what you end up doing then is eating those things because that's what it needs. So I feel like it's the same way with creation. You don't necessarily need to always paint and just be a painter. You know, do other things. It'll just give you so much more depth to your work that people will be like, oh my gosh, you know, where did you come up with that? Oh, I was doing this one thing and it led to this, and, you know, I was able to do that while I did this, and it just showed me that. It's like, oh my god, what? That's amazing. You'd be surprised. Aw, Emmy, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Yeah, but Kat, you're not an animator. You're different. I'm talking about the animators. Granted, the animators at your place might actually be happy. But the ones that are on, like, in the unions and stuff right now, they're having trouble. Like, I have a friend who used to work for Nickelodeon and another one that used to work for WB, and they're going through a lot of stuff right now. Like, the working conditions in a lot of places are like, wow, not so good. That's why they're forming unions left and right lately. Oh, thank you, Emmy. Bananas are hell fruit, but sometimes I need one. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you have a craving for a fruit or a vegetable or something like that, usually it's because you need it. Not necessarily like sugar or, you know, even if you do get a craving for sugar, that is kind of a red flag for something you do need, but not necessarily drink a bunch of soda or have a bunch of cookies, but like fruit sugar, you know, things like that. I'm sure they are, Kat. I'm sure they are. The way you described your workplace, it seems a lot better than the ones I've heard. The ones I've seen, it's not so good nowadays. Like, they've always been bad, but people lately have started standing up and, you know, making unions and things like that. So, like, comics just started making one. Like, they didn't have them. So, that's true. It is kind of a miracle fruit, isn't it? Oh, banana. Yeah, there you go. This might be close to done. Well, Kat, these paints were a joy to work with. Thank you for sending them to me. This was really, really fun. Farted around with sketches. Oh, awesome. Thank you for rating me. I appreciate it. Feel free to share your art stuff in here. Do I have mice? I don't have mice, but I would like mice. I'm usually a hamster chick. No, what you're hearing in the background is either birds in the track or there's a storm outside and I've got a window open. Could be numerous things. If the birds in the track, though, get annoying, you guys tell me, okay? I can totally change it. Yep, they are. The birds are back in town. We also have trains that go by. We have a little rural town, but a lot of things pass through. There you go. Yeah. Honestly, I've heard that before too, where, you know, if you're in the dead of winter or something and you're kind of, your vitamin D is low and you're kind of bleh, try turning on bird sounds in the middle of the winter. It will cheer you up. I've done that before. Absolutely. I'm in Illinois, so we get cold. But it really does help. Bird songs, they can cheer you up. Mice? What? Well, not on my end. Maybe you got mice at your house. I just put out humane mouse traps yesterday. We've got some in our attic. At least 2. I've heard them fight. And I put in the humane mouse traps yesterday, so I gotta go check those today. And then once I nab a few, I'll drive them a couple miles away and drop them off. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. You think birds are creepy? I had somebody that was deathly afraid of birds that I worked with, and every time we went in a parking garage, she was just looking every which way all the time, just afraid she's gonna get dive bombed. Which, that couldn't have been comfortable to live like that. I felt really bad that she had that phobia. Couldn't have been easy to navigate. The only thing I don't like about mice in the walls is that they die. They die in the walls. I had a mouse infestation once at my other house, and it was pretty bad. They had droppings everywhere. Sometimes if they're in the ceiling and you have poor ceiling stuff, they it seeps through and it makes it really gross. So that sucks. But I mean, if your house doesn't have that sort of problem, then I suppose you're fine. But yeah, it can be kind of gross. Oh, eyes and scales. That's crazy, Box. Yeah, like today was 70 for us and we got a thunderstorm, but in 2 days we're supposed to get snow again. So typical spring in the Midwest. Not surprised in the least. Yeah, mice do carry disease too. Oh, you don't like the birds? Okay. Let's see if I can get, oh, this one has it too. I think a lot of my songs have it. Here. Let's see, so this one had it. Just turn on. Yeah, but I don't want to annoy anybody. It's okay, I still have music. It's just some of them had birds in them, but I can get rid of that. Don't worry. Not a big deal. Well, nightmares aren't okay. I don't want you to have nightmares for my stream. Obviously, that's not what I'm about here. So don't worry about it. I always say if you guys have something that you don't like that's going on, I'll do my best to avoid it. Like when I'm doing pastels, I know I would have a problem with the scratchiness if I was listening to that, so I totally don't blame you. Not a big deal. Okay, I think I'm to the next part of this. I'm gonna quit, like, noodling. Kat, thank you for the paints. I love them, if you couldn't tell. I mean, I think anybody here would agree with me that we don't want to induce any nightmares here, so. Oh God, Texas, what? I went to Texas once, I can't go back. Oh, well, you probably won't like it when I'm doing those then. I'll let you know if you ever stop in. If I'm doing them, I'll give you a heads up. Alright, let me take a process shot of this for my Patreon folks. You're welcome. And like I said, I don't want anybody to be uncomfortable, ever. If I can help it, I will. There we go. Okay. Here comes the fun part. Though I suppose it makes it kind of hard for you to watch some art streams, yeah? Because, I mean, there's a lot of noises. Like these paint pens, for one thing. Oh, come on. Where's my opacity? I'm trying to do these away from the microphone. thank you. Post goes, no paint or all the paint? It's true. It's true. I'm glad you took a chance on me. Thank you, Isle. Cue the ABBA song. Let's see, where do I want to go with this? Oh yeah. A lot of things I'll probably have to reline too. That's just what happens once you figure out, you know, where things are going, how they're gonna look. Gotta reline them. But I'm okay with that. We try to make it a good atmosphere. I think we're lucky in the art department here on Twitch because we don't get trolls as much as the game side does. Used to, like I'd say probably 5-6 years ago, getting a lot more trolls than I have in the past year or two. It's been a while. It's just they don't seem to know how to haggle or hassle a artist, you know? Like they try and we're just like, yeah. It's probably because nobody can rag on an artist harder than an artist rags on themselves. So it's like, what have you got to say that I haven't told myself, huh? Huh, guy? Get out of here. Amateur. Whatever, bro. How about you leave now? You are not the reigning troll in this chat. Guess who is? I think that's funny that sometimes when artists can get real about their self-deprecation, or as Gabe and I call it, defecation, self-defecation, shitting all over yourself. I probably will take pastels to this after the stream. Just on certain parts like this, this chimney cloud. I think I want to put some yellow on it. Fake collab requests. Interesting. I don't get any of those. I've heard a lot about people getting those though. I get a lot of solicitation from like accounts that don't have anything to do with art, like workout accounts and like jewelry or something. It's like, why are you here? Get out of my DMs. Yeah, that is weird. Ugh. It's weird too, because I don't want to say I have a lot of followers or anything, but I have enough where I thought it would be more of an issue, and it hasn't been? I don't know. It's weird. I do get spam ones, but that's about it. I usually just get friends DMing me. Oh yeah, no, those collabs aren't real ones. A real collab will usually be built up over time with somebody you've met online. It's kind of rare out of the blue unless you're kind of famous for them to just come out and be like, hey, want to make something together? I mean, if you're not famous, then it'll just be over time with a friend. If you are famous, it'll hopefully be with somebody who's kind of got something that's similar to what you do. Or like you guys can help each other out. Like if you're an artist and they make packaging or something and they want you to do a package thing. But a lot of the time the ones on social media are not real. They just want to get your money. They're getting smarter too. I got this one phishing thing where they were saying, hey, can you help me? And they went through this whole process of trying to get me to give them my phone number so they could do the validation thing. I knew right away, but I wanted to see like how far they went with what they asked you for. It's crazy. So don't fall for it if somebody you don't know is asking you to like get their account back. It's bullshit. It's not good. They're lying. Oh yeah, I guess if they did get hacked and they haven't told you yet, that could also be a problem. I had a friend who got hacked and they like completely took over her account. It's really strange. They even acted to be like her. Acted like her for a while. It was really strange. It's weird how we put so much emphasis on things we see on the internet, but then we also know a lot of things on the internet are fake. So it's like, why are we trusting this thing to tell us how much our art is worth in followers and stuff if most of the time everything we see is BS? You know? That's really where I've recently fallen out of love with social media, is just that kind of crap. That very answer right there. It's like, well, why am I giving this thing so much attention when it can barely, function? It's kind of funny if you think about it. This machine. They use real numbers. Ugh, weird. They're getting smarter though. In no time they're gonna be like impersonating our friends with deepfake stuff, and then we're gonna fall for it thinking it actually is our friends. It's gonna be really messed up. I feel like there's a point where we're gonna basically get pushed off the internet if we don't want to deal with that crap. And, just bots are gonna end up just taking over the internet. Because I know there's gonna be a point where I'm gonna get sick of it. And I'm going to be like, yeah, I need the internet for my business, but at the same time, I cannot deal with this anymore. And I'll probably just rage quit the internet. Like, I can feel it. I know it's probably building inside me. Oh, it's true, yeah. Friends don't lend friends money. LOL. Alright, so I think I'm getting to a good point with this. So I think I'm going to go soon. So if anybody has anything they want to talk about or anything like that, I'd be happy to talk about it. Come on. Come on. Oh my god. This jelly roll just doesn't want to roll. Roll, jelly, roll. Oh yeah, no, that's what I wanted. So I wanted the inside to look, you know, and this one, this has a candle, and I wanted to get this more like this. If anything, this is still a mistake, making this more this red color. I would like that, but yeah, I tried to blend this to be a little bit better, and honestly, I can probably even fix it more just by doing this. The nice thing about pastels too is you can fix a lot of watercolor mistakes with them too. Like, that's kind of what led me into mixed media, is knowing how mediums work with each other and, you know, how they can work together. And at first I thought that meant that I had them as a crutch. Like, I was worried in the beginning that I was using them too much to fix things, and then I eventually worked them into kind of my habit, and then, you know, now it's like if I want certain parts darker on a piece, I'll use markers if it's a watercolor, and vice versa. Like, who cares? The only bad thing is actually if you do vice versa there, that could affect it. So you have to know how they work together. That is part of it, but let me try one thing. But you can definitely use water-based markers on watercolor. It's actually really fun. Highly recommend. Yeah. Oh no. And that's totally true. Like, I felt that way for the longest time. Like, I'm cheating by using other mediums with this medium. It's like, hell no, dude. It's fine. But then it got me thinking that maybe that's why fine art is so fine, is because a lot of the time they're using just like one thing, you know, one medium, like just oils or whatever, and that's why they're, you know, famous for that one thing. So it's like, you can't help but feel a little bit inadequate then if you're a mixed media artist, because, you know, you're seen as using all these things as a crutch. And it's like, no, I'm using them to the best of their ability with other things. You know, knowing what their strengths and weaknesses are and pinning them with each other. You know what I mean? It's like building a team. Oh, Rolo! How are you? I don't use either, Sophia. I use a guillotine. So we actually have 4 guillotines in the house. One's a 2 foot by 2 foot. One's a 1 foot by 1 foot. Another one is like a 6 by 6, and what was our other one? Other one's like a slicer, but we never use that one. But yeah, we use the guillotines because box cutters aren't necessarily uniform, and scissors definitely. I am the worst person in the world at using scissors. I don't know how, but I will just cut straight across a piece of paper. Doesn't even matter. I suck at scissors. I don't know how you can suck at scissors, but I absolutely suck at scissors. I can't do it. Like, I can cut little things, but if I have to cut like wrapping paper, F my life, I can't do it. I can't. I just can't. I suck so bad at it. Right? Oh my god. Is it HP paper? This is Arches. Arches hot press. Yeah. Oh, HP, hot press. That's what you meant. Yeah, hot press. Not cold press. I can't do cold press with all the mediums I use. Cold press, it's just so many of the things get caught between the grains of the paper that I can't do that. It's too textured. It doesn't work for me. Yeah, it is super smooth. At least I'm using good paper. Arches is good paper. Canson? Not so much. Sorry, Canson. Oh my god. Yeah, I did that once. It was just once. That's all it took. I make black and white stickers digitally and color them in real life. Starting because my printer's horrible, but really. Honestly, you can just sell colorable stickers to people too. I do that once in a while for my Patreon stuff. I'll do like a set of stickers that are nicely printed and then just take out everything except the lines and then print it on label paper, and then they're colorable. You know, I've got a Cricut too, so everything is like kiss cut or die cut, so that helps. But yeah, like colorable stickers are fun, man. Seriously, people love them. I really like this color for this whole walkway. And the nice thing too about watercolor or water pens, markers, is you can just use them like watercolor. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's blended in, it's just water. You can't do this with alcohol markers. Don't even try. It'll really screw everything up. Don't do that. Don't do that at all. This little patch could use a little bit of softening, I guess. Just rubbing it. God, that's so much nicer than my usual paint. I can't. Ooh, did you hear that? That was real. That was really real. Okay. Well, aside from a few things that I'm going to do to this in post. Oh yeah, you can use that for alcohol marker too. Actually, if you ever get one of those, an empty marker, you can fill it with isopropanol, and then that becomes a blender for alcohol markers. So all blender markers are for alcohol markers, like Copics and Prismacolors. It's just alcohol. That's all they put in it. So you can actually buy empty markers, or if you can get one of these. I haven't seen these for sale anywhere for a long time, but these are like fill your own markers, and it's got water in here, but if you put alcohol in here, this could become a blender for alcohol markers. But right now it's water in here, so technically I use this as a blender for water markers. So do you see? Oh, I gotta get some on there. You can blend it to create a gradient. Don't worry, that's not my paper pilling. That's my marker. It's old. It's so old. But yeah, you can see how that blends it. So it's pretty nice. I did a whole story just with 2 markers in this thing. Here, I can show you. I wish I had a hotkey for that one, but I don't. Or a command, I guess. So if anybody wants to see the story, I did it 2 Februarys ago at this point. Damn. Okay, I hear you, Thunder. I hear you. Here we go. And every day I just made up a new part of the story and did it with that, so. Yeah, you hear that? Big boom. Big bada boom. So let me outline this again so you can see how this is going to end up. So using my template again, and you can kind of see the crop lines here, but I really like to paint where I can just go over the line so it's full, you know? But once I cut it out, it's gonna look like that again. So that should look pretty nice. But yeah, I really like working this way instead, just because then I can just kind of go ham on it. It looks like crap when you're doing it, and people come in, they're probably like, what the, you know, but honestly, it looks a lot better when you're done. So I'll probably put this on my my website next week. I'm gonna add some more things I think here, and I might actually even add a vignette more with pastels. But if I had to change anything on here that's kind of irking me, I think things I can change, I might actually do more between these two and set them apart better. But the biggest thing is I would have moved this chimney up. I really hate where it is. So like if I were going to make this into a print, I would take the chimney and move it up. So it created more of a silhouette, and it wasn't basically on a tangent with this top thing here. So that I'm not too happy with, but otherwise I think it turned out okay. For the first time using those paints, I think we did good. I think it was a solid experiment time. And remember, this is just a notch in your belt. Just make notches in your belt. You get experience points. These aren't what you're going to be known for. Just go kick out some art. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. You can do it. It's just, think of all of the art you're going to make in your life. You don't have to worry. Okay? You're going to do fine. Just remember that nothing is permanent, and you can always fix things and go back and change things, and you know, your style's gonna change, you're gonna change. Hell man, you might start off like 2D art and then eventually end up doing textile, paper mache, something or other in 4 years. Who knows? Who knows? Give yourself some credit. Be happy doing what you're doing, and you'll be okay. That's all that matters. Be happy, do what you want to do. Get rid of all the extras? What do you mean, Box? What extras? Actually, you do. I mean, if you want to make one, just make one. Like, you know, that's just knocking out paintings a week, you know? Or drawings or whatever. You can make your own XP box. I'd even say that's a smart idea. You know, maybe make 2x3 paintings. Maybe start off with one a week. Then when that was fun and you've got time to, maybe the next week do 2. And as long as they're 2x3, that's only like this big. 2x3 is pretty tiny. You can do that. No big deal. And then once you get comfortable doing that size, move up. Do 4x6s. And then once that gets easier, do 5x7s. Keep moving up. Alright, I gotta go. The rain is coming down really hard and I gotta close all the windows. Sorry. Emergency. Alright, I'll see you guys next weekend, Saturday, 2 p.m. See you.